अपॉर्चुनिटी है। पर एक ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि वो हम बात कर रहे थे वो खिमानी जी से, उनसे बाहर कि वो अगर आपकी तकदीर में होगा, अगर आपके भाग्य में लिखा होगा तो हो जाएगा। मैंने कहा ऐसा होता नहीं है, बिकॉज पूरा गीता के उपदेश के बाद अर्जुन ने कहा, अर्जुन भगवान ने विराट रूप दिखाया, बिकॉज अर्जुन को नहीं समझ आ रहा था कि देख ले भाई, ये जितने भी लोग हैं सब मर चुके हैं और तुमको राज्य गद्दी मिल चुकी है। तो बोले भगवान फिर क्यों करा रहे हो ये सब, आज ही कर दो। उसने बोला ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, युद्ध तो बराबर होगा, कर्म की गति को मैं भी नहीं बदल सकता हूँ। तो वो सब अगर हम करेंगे तो ये सब अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत ज़बरदस्त हैं।
सबका प्रयास जरूरी होगा, बिल्कुल इसमें। दवानी साहब, आपको कहाँ मौके दिखते हैं इंडियन इकोनॉमी में? आपको क्या लगता है कौन से बिजनेसेस बड़े हो सकते हैं?
Anil ji, I'll answer this question this way. As you know, I also am a part-time interviewer. I talk to a lot of people in the markets. और मैंने सब great investors से बात की from India, and I asked them the following questions: what has been the greatest decade of investing in India? Was it 1990 when Manmohan Singh liberalized India? Was it 2014 or 2000 when India started the tech boom? Or was it 2014 when Narendra Modi became Prime Minister of India? What was the greatest decade to invest in India? And they've been in the market for 40 years, seen great bull markets, बहुत कुछ देखा उन्होंने। उन्होंने सब मुझे unanimously कहा है, the best decade to invest in India will be the next 10 years. Because the opportunity in the next 10 years is far greater than the last 10 years. So one thing is very certain, Anil ji, that I do believe, as I've said to you, the world is changing. जो world 89 से हम लोग used है, when the Berlin Wall fell, now with Trump coming in 2.0, 2024, the world will change. The world rode on America's backs first, but now we're not going left or right in America, we're making a U-turn in America. So maybe India will have to provide the leadership in the world. I don't know how the world will look, but it would require a new set of eyes, a new set of vision to look at what's happening over the next 20, 25 years. But I am very sure about that, and I would probably repeat to my grandchildren the same thing my father told me, that lock the keys or lock your demat statement and go travel for 10 years, because the opportunities in the next 10 years are far superior than what we saw in the 10 years, and we saw great opportunities. So I do believe that, sir.
Absolutely. अगले 10 साल बहुत बड़े और बहुत बेहतरीन होंगे। विकास, आपको क्या लगता है कहाँ इंडियन इकोनॉमी सबसे ज़्यादा मजबूत रहने वाली, कौन से सेक्टर्स बढ़िया करने वाले हैं?
देखिए, जब इतना बड़ा ग्रोथ है, सब कुछ ही ग्रो करने वाला है, ऐसा कुछ है नहीं कि नहीं है, सब कुछ अच्छा करेगा। मेरे को लगता है जो एक सेक्टर इन टर्म्स ऑफ एब्सोल्यूट अमाउंट ऑफ वेल्थ साइज के पर्सपेक्टिव से होगा, वो होगा फाइनेंशियल्स, बिकॉज वो कोई भी देश की इकोनॉमी की जो बैकबोन होता है वो बैंकिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज होता है। तो और बीएफएसआई सेक्टर का रोल क्या होता है, सेविंग्स को चैनलाइज करके फ्रॉम यूजर्स ऑफ कैपिटल, सेवर्स ऑफ कैपिटल टू यूजर्स ऑफ कैपिटल को आपको उसको चैनलाइज करते हैं। तो ये जैसे जैसे इकोनॉमी बढ़ेगी, सेविंग्स बढ़ेगी, और उसको ये पूरा सेगमेंट आप देखो, 10 साल पहले कोई वेल्थ मैनेजमेंट फर्म नहीं थी, ब्रोकिंग फर्म छोटी थी, इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज कुछ नहीं थी, अभी भी सब पेनिट्रेशन इतना स्मॉल है हमारा। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी है। कंजम्पशन का जैसे नवनीत ने बनाया, उसमें बहुत सारे आया। मैं लग्जरी कंजम्पशन तो अभी हमने शुरुआत ही नहीं है, मतलब खाली पिछले साल गुच्ची ने 3 स्टोर से 100 करोड़ का प्रॉफिट बनाया
इंडिया में।
इंडिया में।
ओह माय गॉड।
सो दिस जस्ट, जबकि हमने शुरुआत ही नहीं करी है। तो लग्जरी बहुत बड़ी अगले 10-15 सालों की, 20 सालों की जर्नी है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैसे मैंने बताया कि अभी तो शुरुआत ही नहीं हुई, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी सीडीएमओ, फार्मा बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। जो मुझे लगता है सीडीएमओ वो है जो शायद आईटी हमारे लिए मिड 90s में था। तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज की तो आप बात करते रह सकते हैं। अल्टीमेटली आपको टेलविंड वाला सेक्टर देखना है और उसके अंदर आपको अपनी एक अच्छा मैनेजमेंट कंपनी बिजनेस देखना है, उससे पैसा बनेगा। आप बड़ी बड़ी ज्ञान भले ले लो, बट सेक्टर को देखने से पैसा नहीं बनेगा। पैसा इवेंचुअली सही कंपनी, सही आदमी को पहचानने में लगेगा,
और उसी में आपकी महारत हासिल है। समय मुझे 12:30 बजे तक खत्म करने का निर्देश मिला है, तो मैं 1 मिनट चाहता हूँ, एक माइक जल्दी से फर्स्ट रो में आप लेके जाएं। हमारे एक मित्र सचिन भरतिया जी बैठे हैं, जो यहाँ पर सीए सचिन भरतिया लाइट हाउस फंड्स वो चलाते हैं। उनकी भी इंडिया की इकोनॉमी पर, कंजम्पशन पर, मार्केट पर बहुत गहरी पकड़ है। तो मैं जस्ट 2 मिनट सचिन जी से भी एक व्यू लेना चाहता हूँ कि क्यों आपको लगता है कि अगले 15-20 साल भारतीय बाजारों के लिए बहुत तगड़े, बहुत मजबूत, बहुत जबरदस्त होंगे। एक बार जल्दी से माइक, नहीं तो मेरा माइक ही ले दीजिए।
थैंक यू अनिल जी। मैं शुरुआत करूंगा 2 लाइन से, जो हमारी, थैंक यू सो मच। मैं भारत की कहानी 2 लाइन से शुरू करूंगा, दैट विल समराइज कि हम कहाँ जा रहे हैं। लोग कुछ कहते हैं तो इसको एक शायरी से शुरू करूंगा कि लोग कहते हैं कि बड़ी खामोशी के बाद, लंबी खामोशी के बाद एक शोर आया है। लोग कहते हैं भारत का वक्त आया है, मैं कहता हूं भारत का दौर आया है। दैट समराइजेज एवरीथिंग। जब भी हम इंडिया को देखते हैं, 30 ट्रिलियन 1950, 30 ट्रिलियन 30 बिलियन से 30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हम 100 साल में हो रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है पिछले 75 सालों में आज़ादी के बाद इतना कुछ हुआ। ढंग से बिजनेस करें तो हर बिजनेस में हर वक्त पैसा बनेगा। ये जो सेक्टर ऑफ द फ्यूचर है, यस देयर विल बी ड्राइवर्स ऑफ इकोनॉमी, दे विल टेक अस टू द नेक्स्ट लेवल। बट मुझे लगता है कि अगले 25 साल में कोई भी व्यापार अगर आप ढंग से करें, बहुत बड़ी वेल्थ क्रिएट हो जाएगी। ऐसा मेरा अपना मानना है। थैंक यू सो मच।
धन्यवाद आपका सचिन जी। और बड़ी बात यही है, वेल्थ बनाने के 2 ही तरीके हैं, या तो आप अच्छा बिजनेस करें, और अगर अच्छा बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते हैं, जॉब कर रहे हैं, प्रोफेशन में है, तो अच्छे बिजनेसेस में इन्वेस्ट करें। ये दूसरा आसान तरीका है, जिसके लिए आपके पास सारे एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हैं। एक सवाल और, यहाँ पर सचिन जी के पास में राजेश जी बैठे हैं कैप्री ग्लोबल से, और आपने पूरे देश भर में अपनी ब्रांचेस खोली है, और स्पेशली आजकल जो हिंदी भाषी क्षेत्र, एक हमारा यूपी बड़ा बन सकता है इंग्लैंड से, एक बिहार बड़ा बन सकता है यूरोप के किसी भी बड़े देश से, तो क्या परिवर्तन आप देख रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान में, हिंदुस्तान के बिजनेसेस में? जरा एक आपका भी व्यू में लेना चाहता हूं।
अनिल जी थैंक यू। तो परिवर्तन हम ये देख रहे हैं कि हम तो उन लोगों को लोन देते हैं जिनको बैंक नहीं दे पाते हैं, चाहे वो रोड साइड का एक रेस्टोरेंट हो, चाहे वो एक आपका ड्राइवर हो जिसको एक घर लेना हो, एक कैश इकोनॉमी में एक ऐसा हो जिसको 15,000 रुपये कैश में सैलरी मिलती हो, लेकिन कोई बैंक उसको लोन नहीं देना चाहता है। तो हमने सबसे बड़ा परिवर्तन देखा है कि जो सोशल मीडिया आया है, उसने एक छोटे आदमी के एक दिल में, दिमाग में एक एस्पायरेशन जगा दी है कि अच्छी लाइफ उसको क्या जीनी चाहिए। आज के 50 साल पहले ये पता नहीं होता था कि आज के आपके 200 किलोमीटर दूर भी बॉम्बे वालों को ये पता नहीं होता था कि दिल्ली में क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन आज एक गांव में बैठे आदमी को ये पता होता है कि लेटेस्ट फैशन का ट्रेंड क्या है, कंजम्पशन का ट्रेंड क्या है, हेल्थ केयर का ट्रेंड क्या है। तो वो अच्छी लाइफ जीना चाहता है। तो आज के यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर या यंग स्टूडेंट के बाद जो अपनी लाइफ की ड्रीम देखता है, उसको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी चाहिए। और ये जो कंजम्पशन जो ड्राइव हो रहा है, जो एक अच्छा लाइफ जीने का जो एक एस्पायरेशन है, ये ग्राउंड पे एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज लेके आ रहा है। हमारे करीबन 10,000 एम्प्लॉई हैं और रूरल में बहुत एम्प्लॉई हैं। जब उनको मिलता हूँ तो वो कहते हैं कि इस बार हम इतना बिजनेस करेंगे तो इतना हमें इंसेंटिव मिलेगा, ये इंसेंटिव मिलेगा तो मैं पहली बार फॉरेन की ट्रिप पे जाऊँगा, पहली बार ये ब्रांड का सनग्लासेस लूँगा। तो हमने देखा है कि लोगों में एस्पायरेशन बहुत फायर्ड अप है, और यही चीज़ है जो अक्रॉस, जो अब वो फ़र्क ख़त्म हो गया है। छोटे गांव या एक बड़े शहर का जो फ़र्क है वो एक ख़त्म हो गया आदमी के दिमाग के अंदर, और ये कंजम्पशन को ड्राइव करेगा, ये लोगों के एस्पायरेशन को ड्राइव करेगा, ये लोगों की एक लाइफ को अच्छी जीने की जो एक उसकी ड्रीम है उसको फायर अप कर रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये, जैसे सचिन भरतिया ने कहा, ऐसे बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस क्रिएट हो जाएंगे। इसके सबसे एक एग्जाम्पल मैं देता हूँ कि वुमेन फैशन, आज के 25 साल पहले गांव में हैंडबैग खरीदना एक अपने आप में एक ड्रीम होता था। आज एक ऑटो रिक्शा चलाने वाले की डॉटर के पास भी 3 हैंडबैग होंगे, चाहे वो एक्स प्राइस वाले हों, पर वो होंगे। तो ये एक चेंज आया है, ये चेंज कंजम्पशन को बढ़ाएगा, नए बिजनेसेस सेटअप होंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत बड़ा चेंज आया है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी ने जो डिस्रप्शन लाया है, कम कॉस्ट में आप किसी भी आदमी के पास पहुंच सकते हो, कुछ भी एक इक्वल लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड है। तो ये 2-3 चीज़ें हैं जिनके चलते हमें लगता है कि इंडिया की जो हम आज के 20 साल पहले, 25 साल पहले एयर मतलब फ्लाई करना एक आम आदमी के लिए एक ड्रीम होता था, आज परहैप्स एक ड्राइवर, एक वेटर भी जो काम करता है वो भी 2200 रुपये की टिकट खरीद के अपने गांव में फ्लाइट से चला जाता है। तो ये एक फ़र्क आया है लोगों की थिंकिंग में, और हमें लगता है कि आज हम सोच नहीं सकते थे। आज बॉम्बे में 3 एयरपोर्ट बन गए हैं। आज के 10 साल बाद हो सकता है हमें 4 एयरपोर्ट की ज़रूरत पड़े। ये एक इंडिया की स्टोरी है। हमें लगता है 10 से 15 साल में हम इमेजिन नहीं कर पाएंगे कितनी वेल्थ क्रिएट होगी, कितने जो है लाइफ का जो लेवल है कंजम्पशन का स्टैंडर्ड का वो कंज्यूम हो जाए, वो चेंज हो जाएगा।
एब्सोल्युटली।
थैंक यू।
यानी कि बदलते हिंदुस्तान की कहानी बहुत बड़ी है और बहुत लंबी है। ये तो ट्रेलर था, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है दोस्तों। और अगले 10 से 25 साल आप और हम और हमारी आने वाली जनरेशन जो वेल्थ बनाएगी वो आप और हम इस वक्त कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते हैं। शायद हम 10 साल, 15 साल, 20 साल बाद कभी मिले तो हम ये ज़रूर कहेंगे एक दूसरे को, ये दौर हमारे सामने ही आया था। इतिहास बनते हुए हमने देखा है, भारत को आर्थिक रूप से विश्व गुरु बनते हुए हमने देखा है। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि वैसे तो समय समाप्त है, बाकी आप ये 3 ऐसे महानुभाव हैं जिनको आप घंटों सुनते रहें तब भी कम लगेगा और आपको लगेगा कि अभी भी प्यास अधूरी रह गई है। इसलिए कभी और कहीं और आप सबसे फिर मुलाकात होगी। आज के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, दिल से आभार। और आप में से जो लोग मेरा शो देखते हैं वो सब जानते हैं, जो नहीं देखते हैं वो नहीं जानते होंगे। लेकिन मैं हमेशा सुबह जब 11 बजे मैं अपने शो का समापन करता हूँ सुबह, किसी को याद है तो बताएं। देखिए जो जानते हो खड़े हो गए, सब अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाए। देश के प्रति और देश के जवानों के प्रति सम्मान के साथ हम हमेशा शो का समापन करते हैं और इसका भी आप सब लोग एक साथ मेरे साथ कहेंगे, जय हिंद, धन्यवाद, भारत माता की।
Thank you everyone. We'll now break for a networking lunch which will start in the hall next to you from 12:30 to 1:45, and we'll meet again at sharp 1:45 for Bharat's banking revolution, inclusive finance and digital innovation. That will also be a panel discussion. Request everyone to be here by 1:45 and take your seats please. Thank you so much.
आप सभी की सूचना के लिए आज शाम को 6:30 बजे उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए डेडिकेटेड एक स्पेशल सेशन है, जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी श्री आदित्यनाथ जी हमारे साथ होंगे। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि शार्प 6:30 बजे तक आप यहाँ पे इस हॉल में स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। धन्यवाद।
It's a delegate, the black delegate bags that we all have. This contains a black diary, a power bank, a charger, and also a gai ki roti. If you can spot all of that in your bag, it is his. Please hand it over to him. Thank you very much. He's sitting here in the corner, 4th row. Our panelists have arrived, and I request all the delegates to kindly be seated. The volunteers are requested to please usher the delegates back in the room so we can be seated as the panelists arrive up here. Those who are standing at the back, I request the delegates to kindly be seated. Our panelists are already here, and we are beginning this session shortly. In the meanwhile, I hope you have had a look inside your bags in case the bag doesn't have the contents that your bag was supposed to have. We have one gentleman here who has lost his bag. I think it's just mixed with any other delegate bag. Just have a look. It has his charger and power bank and a gai ka roti along with it. So please hand it over to Shri Anil Mansinka ji. To the people who have just walked in inside the hall and still standing outside, कृपया अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. हमारे esteemed panelists हमारे साथ यहाँ हैं मौजूद और हम अपना सेशन शुरू करने वाले हैं. सत्र की शुरुआत से पहले kindly be seated. I humbly request, kindly do not leave the seats in the front vacant. A very good afternoon and welcome to the 5th plenary session, Bharat's Banking Revolution, Inclusive Finance and Digital Innovations. Before I call my esteemed panelists on stage, I request everyone to just check their phones again and ensure they are on silent mode. This is a session after lunch. People are sleepy. I want you to just wake up, stand, put your hands out, have a look at your phone and make sure once again it is on silent mode. I'm now inviting Srimati Lata Venkatesh, Executive Editor, CNBC TV 18, to come on the stage. Shri KV Kamath, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Jio Financial Services, and Shri Dinesh Khara, Ex-Chairman, State Bank of India, to join us on the stage for the panel discussion. Srimati Lata Venkatesh began her career in CNBC TV 18 as chief of the Mumbai News Bureau. Over the years, she has come to be recognized as one of the keenest watchers of Reserve Bank of India and a respected commentator on banking sector issues, money markets, and macroeconomic trends. In 2010, she was conferred the Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism for her coverage of how central banks tackled the Lehman crisis. She's been a business journalist for 30 years and has specialized in covering all markets, stocks, currency, debt, commodities, And she has also had stints in all major streams of media, having worked in Economic Times and Dow Jones Newswire for 5 years each. She graduated in economics and politics and has a doctoral degree in political science. Along with joined by her on the panel, we have Shri K.V. Kamath. He's a veteran banker. He started his career in the 1971 at ICICI. He then moved to the Asian Development Bank and spent several years in Southeast Asia before returning to ICICI again as its managing director and CEO in 96. Post its merger into ICICI, he transformed itself and diversified technology-driven financial services group. In 2015, he was appointed as the first president of New Development Bank set up by the BRICS countries. He has also served as the chairman of Infosys and the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. Currently, he is the chairman of Geo Financial Services. Mr. Kamath has been awarded the Padma Bhushan, which is one of the highest civilian honors of Bharat in the year 2008. Our third panelist on this session, Shri Dinesh Khara, the ex-chairman, State Bank of India. Shri Khare ji has served as chairman of SBI, which is the country's largest bank, from the October of 2020 to August 24. Joining SBI as a probationary officer in 1984, he accumulated extensive experience across all facets of banking. During his career, Mr. Khare has held several key leadership positions in various verticals such as banking, risk compliance, and subsidiaries as MD and CEO of SBI Mutual Funds. He managed a pivotal role in managing SBI's subsidiaries, including SBI Cards, SBI Mutual Fund, SBI Life, and SBI General Insurance, gaining comprehensive insight into the financial sector. Notably, he spearheaded the seamless merger of 5 associate banks and Bharatiya Mahila Bank with SBI. This has been a landmark achievement in Bharatiya banking. Shri Khare is a postgraduate in commerce from Delhi School of Economics and an MBA from FMS New Delhi. He is a fellow of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance and is passionate about reading and very keenly interested in using analytics and technology to make banking simpler and bank finance easily accessible to all citizens. A big round of applause to all our sessions, and now I hand it over to Srimati Lata Venkatesh to chair the session.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Well, the topic given to us, Bharat's Banking Revolution, Inclusive Finance and Digital Innovation. You will have to say that over the last, say, 5-10 years, on both these aspects, financial inclusion and digital innovation, India has taken strides that has left the rest of the world far behind us. For instance, of course, on digital innovation, I need hardly say what comes to the mind of everyone, the UPI, or the Unified Public Interface. Now, that one innovation has made the entire credit card industry look like, you know, last century. It's such an extraordinary innovation that it is at once encompassing all the citizens of India. So in terms of digital innovation, we've done extraordinary things, and I'm just naming UPI as one of the grandest achievements. We will have many more to speak as we proceed with the conversation. And likewise, inclusive finance. Inclusive finance took a quantum leap when we started Jan Dhan. Until then, perhaps India was 50% banked. Now we are 90% banked. And that credit, in a large measure, goes to State Bank of India and to people like Mr. Khara, because they shouldered a large part of the spread of banking. So just these two institutions, Jan Dhan and UPI, have completely scaled up both financial inclusion and digital innovation and finance in India, but these are only starters. Now, a pattern I thought I would follow is to first ask my two guests to say what they think in terms of prospects and what they think in terms of problems, and then we can have a Q&A. And I would start with Mr. Kamath, not the least because I think Mr. Kamath is a new high in financial inclusion, or perhaps the first one who actually made India look like finance is not restricted to foreign banks. I remember I started my career in CNBC in April of 2002. And do you remember, sir, what was that day important for? I think it was the day when the ICICI board came down and ICICI Bank went up in BKC, and I was there as a reporter to cover that. At that time, I was coming from Dow Jones Newswires, a foreign company, and I had a foreign bank account. The salary was paid through HSBC, so we were given a credit card. I hardly ever used it because it was not that much of a culture. The credit card culture was restricted to probably 0.01% of Indians, and it was very, very elite. Mind you, one of the first big stories I did in CNBC or CNBC TV 18 was how ICICI had completely decimated the entire foreign bank credit card structure. In a matter of 3 years, the foreign banks were not as much in the credit card business. There was just a dominating presence of Indian banks and particularly of ICICI. So the retail expansion of every product, I'm only referring to credit card as one example. We did have HDFC in home loans, but ICICI had spread home loans as a culture just across the length and breadth of the country. So the person who first told us about inclusive finance in a retail sense was ICICI under Mr. Kamath. So Mr. Kamath, that was one phase where you took a whole lot of products, ATMs, credit cards, small things which was still a luxury in the late 90s to all India levels. What is the next quantum leap?
Thank you, Radha, and I'm honored to be here with all of you to share my thoughts. I think to answer your question, I will just look back for exactly 1 minute. So what drove that drive to draw all the effort to include the retail customer in our embrace? I think it was opportunity. That was India just happening. 1996, per capita income in India was about $250 or $260 was in 96. And you could foresee that it was going to improve with all the opening up that was done. And what I had seen in Southeast Asia, my sojourn there, 8 years that I spent there, was around $500 to $700 per capita income. People's aspirations change. You want a home, you want things to put in your home, you want a motorcycle or a car, you need better roads, you go to a mall, you pay by card. None of those really existed in India. So, but we thought that this aspiration class is going to come up. And we took a bet on that and started building right from 97, 98 for this. And by 2004, actually our per capita income hit around $500. And that's when everything started, taking off at a faster rate. And of course, because we were constrained by not having branches, we put in technology. So the technology induction and this opportunity that came up set the momentum. So that was the past. I said 1 minute that I spent on the past. Looking at the future, now you take a cut today. If I talk of overall GDP, let's say we talk of the country's GDP at 4 trillion. I'll round it off slightly less, slightly more. Now, my expectation is that the rate that we are talking of growing, we should be able to double this GDP in the next about 6 years, maximum 7 years. So we're looking at an 8 trillion GDP, estimates about 10 trillion GDP a couple of years later, but let's stay with 8. But to me, when you move from 4 trillion to 8 trillion, you just don't double the GDP, or you don't just double the aspirations. The aspirations increase, I would say, fourfold, and the infrastructure need goes fourfold. To meet that aspiration, you will need to produce fourfold. So everything becomes at a different scale and order than what we are used to today. The mistake we are making is we still think that, oh, but GDP will double, so if we double things, no, we will again fall short. So I flip it, fall short. Why should it fall short? So you create for that tomorrow, whether it is the bank, whether it is the product that the bank will provide, or if you are in the manufacturing business, your product that this new aspirant will buy, or the infrastructure that you will need. Just take a look at the increased infrastructure that we have had in the last, say, 5 to 6 years. If you physically can't travel and see the road network, go on YouTube and look at the bloggers who have covered north, south, east, west of India. And the best bloggers to see what has happened on the road side of the infrastructure is not a travel blog, but it's a lorry blog. Try to figure out a truck blog where the trucker blogs and takes you all over the country, and you will see what is really happening, not only on the road, you will see what's happening in the daba, the way the dabas have come up, you will see what's happening in the fields, what they are growing, the diversity that is coming up. I mean, it is an education by itself. So things are happening at a pace where we living in the cities are not exposed to, and of course it's difficult to get a snapshot. I'm again putting this in context because in the next 5 to 6 years, all this will quadruple. So that to me is the new India, and that to me is what new Bharat, and that to me is what we have to prepare ourselves for as banks. And that is a huge opportunity.
Sir, I will come back to you in terms of the digital opportunities over there. But Mr. Khara, I want a slightly different spin. Now, while we have ICICI in 2001 or 2002 precisely, showing us how the retail credit or how the retail inclusion would come by, that was still the top 20% of India. Even today, that the credit card culture or the home loan culture envelops the top 20% of India. But who takes care of the bottom 80? How many Jan Dhan accounts we have today? I went through the PMJDY account just before coming. 54 crore accounts. And of that, how much do the public sector banks contribute? Take a guess, anybody. Out of the 54, how much comes from the public sector banks? 52 crore comes from the public sector banks. And out of that 52 crore, I think 33% comes from State Bank alone. So that is something like 15 crore accounts. It's not laughable. I mean, it would be like the population of Europe or something like that. It's a large number that we are talking about. So technically, although the advertisement says banking to every Indian or banking to the next Indian, that exactly is what State Bank has achieved. And to that last Jan Dhan account, a RuPay card is available, and if that person is savvy enough, he or she can transact on GPay. And I must tell you with some pride, Mr. Khara, the lady who cleans my house, she's from Calcutta, children are still in Calcutta, and she takes the salary only in GPay because she can send it to the children quickly. And there are still people who pay her in cash, and she comes and tells us, aap cash leke GPay kar do na. Because that is what State Bank has been able to achieve. And incidentally, a State Bank of India bank holder. So I wanted to ask you the prospects that you see in terms of inclusion. You'll have achieved a lot. What is the next that the Indian banking system must achieve in terms of inclusion?
First of all, thank you very much. Am I audible? Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be here among all of you. Well, Lata, what you mentioned in terms of the opportunity, I think sky is the limit, if I may put it like that. Because why I'm saying that, when we started opening these Jan Dhan accounts way back in the year 2014, they were all zero balance accounts. And nobody would have imagined that it will actually help in channelizing the savings of the common man in the country. And today, the average balance in these accounts goes as much as to 4,000 rupees. So very clearly, when we talk about the inclusive growth, this is something which is very, very important. When we can channelize their savings, and the next step is that if at all we can extend them the credit. So naturally, those who have got the savings flowing into the account, we have got some kind of visibility of the behavior in terms of the ability to absorb the credit. and that is helping us in terms of extending credit also. If I may add here, this is another revolution which has happened, which probably is not being observed quite a lot, is essentially when we started lending to the street vendors. You know, when we started lending to the street vendors during the COVID period, that was a point of time when probably it was a felt need. You would have observed when you go to the street that they are all having a QR code and also a box which actually speaks that how
Voice
much
box.
money, voice box, which actually speaks how much money they have received. So the next revolution is going to come from there, because based upon the kind of credit which is flowing into their account, they will be entitled for availing the credit also. And also, if at all they're in a position to maintain that credit discipline, you can very well imagine they are actually recipient of credit which will help them in growing their wages. So this is what when it comes to the bottom of the pyramid. Well, when we talk about India, we talk about ambition, we talk about aspiration. I think we are all privileged to have taken birth in this country, and it's at this point of time. For the simple reason, I would say, the kind of growth which you have seen in this country cannot be matched anywhere. We were about $8 trillion economy. Today we are about $4 trillion economy from 2014 to 2024. And we are adding every 3 years, we are adding $1 trillion. Earlier we added $1 trillion in 57 years. The second trillion came after 7 years. Now the pace of adding to the GDP it has got accelerated, and we are quite hopeful that we'll be 7 trillion economy by the year 2030. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect is that what Mr. Kamath was mentioning in terms of the per capita GDP of about $500 in the year 2000. Today we are at 2,800. And our ambition is to become at least $13,000 per capita GDP by the year 2047. And to my mind, it's a reality. Why? Again, I'm giving another statistics. See, when it comes to the deposit base, for the banking system as a whole, it was about 75 or 70 trillion in the year 2014. Today it is about 200 trillion, 230 trillion. So, and I did some calculation. If at all we have to be into the league of the developed nation by the year 2047, then this deposit base has to go 10 times more. 2,400 trillion is something which is required. And we have actually seen this happening in one of the sub-segment of the country, which is in the mutual fund industry. I give you one example. In 2014, it was 12 trillion industry. Today, it is 68 trillion industry. So just in 10 years' time, this has happened. So the only thing is that we have to see that we have to provide the rails through which we are, as I mentioned, that one of the most important lever which has taken place is the bottom of the pyramid, where we have started channelizing their savings. Now, when we are in a position to extend them credit also, it's always, the credit will lead to the deposit creation as well. The multiplier effect will kick in. And that's how we'll be in a position to reach the numbers which I have just indicated, $2,500 trillion worth of deposits and 2,000 odd trillion worth of loan book which will happen. And I think, to my mind, it is certainly a reality. And why? Because how the GDP will move up. GDP will move up because the kind of new levers of growth which have come into the economy. And those new levers of growth are renewable, EV, semiconductor, defense manufacturing, and also our effort and endeavor to become a major manufacturing export economy. And on the top of it, when we have the call centers which used to be call center, now they will become the global capability centers. So this is something, these are some of the things which to my mind are the levers of growth, and these levers of growth will propel this country into a developed economy by the year 2047. That's what my belief is. Thank you.
I think the stock market has recognized these levers better. Sometimes you don't see the what you call legacy stocks moving, but exactly what you said in terms of renewables, EVs, or e-commerce, those stocks are all flying. So clearly, growth is happening, but where probably we are not noticing. And it's, paradigm shifting growth. Speaking of paradigm shifting, Mr. Kamath, you've always been a visionary when you're able to see how innovation comes. So can you just let your imagination run as it normally does? I was thinking of something very small. One of the big things that convenience does is GPay and UPI. The other big thing that has suddenly made us sit up and make life so much smarter or so much easier is DigiYatra. I mean, we always stood at queues and, there were people trying to check your Aadhaar and you're looking at your face and your spelling. And now you just walk in. Mr. Kamath, one of those examples. I mean, is KYC about to become as simple as GPay? And any other innovation that you see which is so inclusive and so different in terms of ease of doing things?
I think, Lata, I think what you say is on us. It is happening daily. And even if you look at a bank's app at one end, and you look at food delivery app, quick commerce you said, take a Swiggy app, the evolution over the last 3 years, you as a customer are finding it much easier to deal with. And you quoted DigiYatra. So it's in the nature of this revolution that, that we will leverage that to the fullest in India. Because for 2-3 things, I think we have proven ourselves in the last 3 years that we can A, innovate, and B, the user is willing to adapt, and adapt at a great pace. Now, I'll go back again for 30 seconds, something you said. You pay your household help through GPay. But the Jandan impact and State Bank's impact, I'll give you a absolute clear first-hand example. COVID hit. That month end, I had to pay my household team. They were somewhere in Jharkhand, and there was no way they could go out and make that remittance, and I couldn't draw the money. So I asked the gentleman, do you have an account back home? He said, yes. Which bank? State Bank. Do you have the number? He said, yes. I said, I'll make an online remittance. And I did an online transfer, and he was astounded. So I asked him, what are you doing so far? I would withdraw money, then I would go to a dukan. The dukan, I would give him money. He charged me some commission, then the money went there. Then my family called me and told me that money came. But all along, they had a State Bank account opened probably during 2014 and not using it or dormant because the process was not set. So what I'm saying is, once you set a process, then mass
when
India
the need comes,
is able to very quickly adapt. So you should try to ask your household help, do you have a State Bank account back home? And then try to remit directly from your transfer app to that account. But coming back to this, so what next? To me, there will be 2 or 3 things, I think, preconditions. Precondition for whatever would happen next, one of the key preconditions was the banks should have been clean in terms of NPAs and their problems, and have the ability to grow. Now you look at the banks today, I have never seen in my 54 years banking career, banks as clean as today.
2.3% GNPA for the sector.
No, you look at net non-performing assets. Now finally, because it's been provided for, large banks less than 0.5%. Yeah, we are in a dream world. But yes, the banks have cleaned up. Now customers are paying. How does a bank get clean? Because the customers are paying. So you have a situation where you have a banking sector, and which means that they have the ability to grow. Again, let me stay with the top 3 banks in the country today. Their ROE is between 15 and 20%, 15 maybe 18, 19%. I always round off to the more convenient number. But again, never seen before. And I call banks today a perpetual cycle engine, because they don't need any fuel, they don't need any addition of capital. They will be able to grow at a pace to meet the aspirations of India through their ability to take in deposits, lend and so on the basis of their ability to generate profits and scale it up. Now, That is a given, because otherwise that could have been a constraint. Then you have the huge advantage of technology. So you said, what next? I would think there will be benefits from intelligently applying technology. I don't want to use the word artificial intelligence, because it could go here and there. And if you hear some stories, you could be worried, because today I think artificial intelligence is getting intelligent. And my definition of intelligence is that, is it now able to tell a lie? And I believe that it is now telling lies and getting things done by lying. So that's a dangerous path. So I don't want to say, but sheer use of technology and applications of technology will mean that all existing players, I'm not talking about banks alone, in the financial system will need to be more efficient, and younger, newer startups will drive that efficiency up the thing. So you will find a banking system or a financial system trying to keep pace with the quick commerce business, because we will also be, we are already paperless in most respects. We are almost branchless. We can aim to be ATM-less and get everything done on a straight-through basis on technology platform. So that's what I see happening today. One important trend that I'll see, maybe you'll cover it separately, is from savers. I think we will see that household help of yours getting to be an investor. I'll tell you a small experiment I did when I heard that there is something called MF Central out there, which is an app done by the two registrars, KFIN and CAMS, which you can download. And if you've got 4 different mutual funds, you just download this app and then put in your PAN number, and all the mutual funds are consolidated, and you get one number, what is your holding value as of today, and of course, you can drill down and do more things. Then I said, this is something that my household help can use. So far, money is lying in the bank, but now they could actually invest for the future and maybe get a higher return, maybe dream. So, and a SIP is again a way where that is possible. So I sat down my 2 people, and one is a 25-year-old person, another maybe late 40s or 45, 46. So and I explained to them what is a SIP and how much if they saved 5,000 a month, what that amount would be after 25 years. It was well over 1 crore rupees. And I gave them the lay of the land, as it were, and how easy. Do you use WhatsApp? Yes. Do you use YouTube? Yes. Then you can use this app. That sort of a dialogue. And then I asked them, do you want to do this? So the young guy jumps up and says, I want to. Because he calculates, I'm 25 now, 25 years later I'm 50, and I got a large corpus. The older guy, who's around 47, 48, says, mujhko sochna padega. That also, he's thinking, I'm 70, the fruits of this, will I be able to enjoy, and so on. So technology is taking us in a variety of ways, not only ease of doing business, the way we save, the type of savings we want, savings to investments, and all this will provide the momentum to this new Bharat that we have, which is looking at Bharat at 2047. You want to put it as a 50 trillion economy, whatever number, but I think it is well within our grasp.
Point taken, sir. In fact, I can tell you, I'm moving with a set of people who have already gone through the SIP and saver to investor mode, our makeup team. And a couple of them are so bright that on a daily basis they have to keep, on a daily, minutely, hourly, secondly basis, they have to keep watching television. If someone's hair is out of place or, someone needs a puff, they have to be clear. That gentleman has been able to, he looks at all the mutual fund guys who comes, and then he says, why should I give the mutual fund guy that 2% or 1% entry? He has taken down everything that they are investing in. And he says, मैं direct invest करता हूँ, मैं इनको क्यों पैसा दूँ? So people are, learning from the ecosystem. But, we have got another 15 minutes, sir, and now I want to ask both of you gentlemen, what are the travails, the troubles from here to there, from that brave world that all of us are aspiring towards? Mr. Khara, let me start with you. In terms of problems, as I see it, the MFI problems. I mean, up until a year ago, we thought that, this financial inclusion, and we have been recovering from COVID. But MFI has given a cruel blow, saying that much digital information is not available about those people, or someone is ignoring in spite of perhaps knowing. Maybe, 4 loans, 5 loans have been given recklessly. Either it is not financial inclusion, but reckless financial expansion. You're just giving money because some private equity has given you, or we have not yet created the digital footprint to be able to do good due diligence. So what are the troubles you see from here to the last man?
Yeah, what you alluded to in terms of the MFI related problem. Herein also I would like to highlight MFI is one segment addressing the customer group where the NPAs are pretty high. At the same time, the other segment, similar segment is SHG. In case of SHG, self-help groups, the NPAs are just about 1%. So what has happened is it's a bit of a reckless lending and irresponsible borrowing. Because anybody who is in financial distress, they are willing to borrow from wherever they can. And what you mentioned about 4, 5, actually in some of the cases it is as high as 8. That is one. And secondly, these MFIs are charging exorbitant interest, because when I analyzed this and could figure out that in case of MFIs, their interest actually goes to as high as 30%. Whereas in case of SHG lending, it does not go beyond 12%. So the ability of paying the interest is very, very critical component. And also what you mentioned about the imperfect information relating to their borrowing behavior.
Is data available to...
Actually, there are entities like Equifax, etc. They have mapped the ground level customer base, and this information is available. You know what happened actually when there was some relaxation of rules which took place, and they started reckoning the household income. And in the household income, everybody's income got clubbed with the others.
Double counting.
Double counting, multiple counting. So that is one of the reasons. So I would say that it is actually attributed to the irresponsible behavior of borrowing and also the reckless lending done by MFIs. So this is something which we need to ensure that we should not allow our people to get into this kind of a debt trap. They're actually into the debt trap today. To get out of this debt trap, perhaps the MFIs will have to reconcile to the fact that they cannot probably settle with 30% kind of an interest rate. They'll have to reduce their interest rate and settle it out. That is one. What you mentioned, I have some thoughts in my mind. There are 3 things which I would like to highlight. One, of course, we as an economy, we need to be much more efficient. And 3 things. One is the capital we have to deploy, because we are a capital deficient economy. We must deploy the capital very efficiently. That is one. The second is the talent. We are doing something in terms of internships, but at the same time, the women workforce, which is almost 50% of the country's population, we must see to it that they are gainfully employed. And we have already seen that in the states, wherever there is a gainful employment of the women workforce, the states are actually much more progressive than the others.
And the defaults are less.
Yes. So that is also there. Third is very important, because when we are talking about the efficiency levers, one of the most important efficiency lever is consuming the AI, which also means that we'll have the supercomputers, and there the power consumption is going to go up multiple times. So there is a need for having an energy efficiency. So unless and until, and more so when we are going for manufacturing in a big way, these are the 3 things to my mind we'll have to actually work on and see to it that we bring in the efficiency lever into making use of capital, making use of talent, making use of energy.
That's a very all-encompassing answer, which actually gives, each one is a debate in itself. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Khara. More specific problems I want to tell you, Mr. Kamath, which I didn't expect, because I thought that banks, NBFCs and fintechs are already up there in terms of the digital footprint. It isn't just MFI, where I can assume that, the Reserve Bank in March 22 allowed the rules. They said that, okay, banks don't have an interest rate cap. We won't give you an interest rate cap, because that was the demand. And then the whole logic changed. They started thinking that let us charge 30%. Even if they pay me 4 installments, I'm in. And those who pay me 5, 6, 7, 8 installments, I'm in the money. The whole logic of lending changed. which perhaps is now chastised and some things will be written off and some things will be recovered. But I was not prepared for the unsecured loan defaults, because there I thought the data was available. They're usually urban loans, two-wheeler loans. Mr. Kamath, are we not employing digitalization properly? How is it that due diligence was not done? Or what went wrong? I mean, that's my first question. I have a couple more.
Yeah, I think there's something more than that. It is not that due diligence was not done, or probably due diligence certainly was weak. But nobody bothered to see, what is the end use of this money, even in a broad way. And you hear Reserve Bank very clearly saying, even when the loan appears to be secured, we would like the banks to figure out what is the end use. And let me put the context, because I have understood the context of why they are saying this and what is probably the reason for this failure. The first sign that something was not right was when I heard a statement from SEBI a year back that about 90-95% of people who have dealt in the F&O market have lost money.
Yes, you put your fingers.
So I asked a colleague of mine, now I want some back working on this, figure out the number of people and figure out, more importantly, the amount that has been lost. What is 90% loss equal to in rupees crores? The number he gave me was 1.35 lakh crores. I then, in a way, talked it over with the SEBI. And they said that has to be grossed up, and the amount actually will be around 1.75 lakh crores. Now, then you have your hypothesis is that who are the borrowers? This is not the older people who are to F&O. This is a cohort of people in their early 20s, maybe right up to 30. So this mass has seen the bug of, so-called bug of quick money. And there are enough, I would say, places where they could see this, whether it was on YouTube, whether it's other social media. And then there were fraudsters driving this. So it is a combination of, I would say, greed, which always drives things, driven by fraudsters, which amounted to this money. So
enabled by technology.
To me, this was the key place where there has been losses. Add to that the MFI challenge that you said, then you have got a larger number. Now, where has this been, where is this and when will it be accounted for? I have no answers. But the fact that the regulator has gotten on top of that in a way by increasing risk weightage and understanding, now it is not usurious lending. So you are lending at rates which are supposedly...
This is not usurious. This is end user.
No. This is, I am in a way sarcastically saying it. But it is usurious ROE. But it is not usurious because you're not going to earn that ROE. The ROE appears 30% or rate of interest, but end of the day you allow for credit losses, it is probably 1 or 2%. But somewhere, if you are a banker, you would ask a question, if my client is going to borrow at 35, 36%, how is he going to repay? What does he earn and how does he repay? And moment you find that that answer is not there, then you have a challenge. And let me put that into context. Mr. Kara explained that a big market was, lending to the street people. Street vendors, I learned my first, that's a viable, it's a viable business at what would appear ultra high usurious rates. This I first saw in Philippines. And the lenders were from our country. They had actually got a lending market. And what was the lending model? It used to be called in the Philippines 5-6. Now 5-6 can be 5-6, can be 50-60, it can be 500-600. So what is 5-6? Or let's say 50-60, you borrow 50 in the morning and you collect 60 in the evening. Collect. This is not rolled over. Collect 60 in the evening. So it's a street vendor who goes and buys whatever he has to sell for 50. He sells and makes maybe 90 or 100 and repays 60. Next morning the cycle starts. So there is a viable model here, and we will say intermediation cost is high, but it is sustainable because for him, he makes money on this. But if you borrow on a 5-6 basis or a 50-60 basis and gamble, you're not going to make money. So answer to your question is that exuberance has to be curtailed by the lender, and that exuberance also your client has to understand is not sustainable. Then we will succeed, otherwise we will fail.
Yeah, digitalization can take you that far. After that, you have to have due diligence and ethics in lending. Mr. Kara, now beyond that, we are into the last 4 minutes. there were some genuine problems, which I don't know, it's not exactly this forum's problem, but one of the reasons why the MFI problem, one of the reasons, is the extreme heat. I mean, there was mass resignations among the MFIs, and I spoke to both the SROs, MFIN and Sadhan, and both of them said the same thing, mass resignations of people doing the weekly collection, because you couldn't go out in that heat. And then again in August, in the July, August, September quarter, the problem was extreme rains. So I wanted to ask both of you if climate is something we have to, think about a little more seriously, as, whether you put it as likely provisioning or whether potential growth has to be adjusted, I don't know. But it seems to be becoming a factor across the board. We talk a lot about digitalization, but perhaps we have to give a little bit of thought in how it has to be accounted for, provided for. Is it capital, risk weight? I don't know. But a word on that. And another word on rising incomes. I mean, the kind of urban incomes, and we had an excellent paper which Indian Express reported on, that the rate of growth of formal sector jobs, the salary growth was a maximum of 5% over 5 years. I mean, the CEA started appealing to the conscience of corporate India to say that it is in your interest to pay better so that there will be a demand for your own goods. But maybe on a larger scale, are incomes and jobs rising enough? And will not that be as important for financial inclusion? Both those to both of you, but Mr. Khara, you start.
Well, of
Climate
course,
and incomes.
I fully agree with you. The climate risk is something which cannot be lost sight of. And of course, what you mentioned in terms of the recovery, but nevertheless, otherwise also, the kind of floods which you get to see and the kind of the weather adversities which actually impact the economic activity overall, and then of course it also impact the productivity of the entities. So I think that is one of the very important aspect. And while we have actually at State Bank of India, we have already developed a matrix to evaluate the compliance of various corporates in terms of the ESG norms. And as of now, it is, we were not using it for deciding the interest rate, but we started educating the customers about what is their ESG ranking. So, but yes, of course, we have raised various green loans, and we need to extend it to only for the green purposes also. This is a felt need. I think this cannot be ignored. The amount required is phenomenal, beyond imagination. And as of now, the sources are very limited. So I think this is a real area which we need to work on. But we were, in fact, I'm happy that at least the regulator has also started thinking in terms of it. And I'm sure in due course, there will be some kind of a guidance for the industry as a whole. So which will probably also push the corporates to ensure the compliance with the governance norms or the green norms. What you talked about, the MFI related collection effort, I think it is, if at all had there been a responsible borrowing, perhaps this collection effort would not have come in the way. And those who have to repay, they will repay. They know that there is an obligation on their head. So that's what my sense is about this particular aspect.
Out of time, so I'll ask you more to speak about, whether income growth and job growth is becoming the obstruction to financial inclusion, at least the very slow pace of salary growth, even in the formal sector. And that was seen as the reason for lower urban consumption in the last 2 quarters. I'm just asking you whether that will be that will thwart financial inclusion.
Yeah, I'm conscious of 26 seconds. My short answer is that more data is needed. I think at the aggregate level, is this a number or is it at the individual worker level? Because there has been a whole lot of things that have happened. Take corporate India, for example. Senior people have retired, senior people left, younger people have come, the wage is down. So it depends on what and how you, what cross-section you looked at. I really don't have data. But since it is on the table, one should analyze it. But I think everything, when you look at a journey that we have, a 25-year runway to do things that we have to do, I think all these get resolved as we go along. You have clean corporates, you have clean balance sheets, you got young, youthful people. I don't think anybody can stop Bharat. So.
That's beautifully summed up. The last sentence was, India is unstoppable at the pace at which we are. I won't take any more time to wrap up. Thank you very much, and it is over to you, Lisa.
Thank you for a very, very informative session. And I also now open the session for Q&A. We have 10 minutes to ask questions to our esteemed panelists, and I request the volunteers to hand over the mics and move around where you see a raise of the hand.
Good afternoon, sir. Two stalwarts are there from a private bank and from a PSU bank. So I just want to know basically how we can reduce the experience of a customer from a private bank to a PSU bank. If you go to a PSU branch, if you go to a private bank branch, how you all two are stalwarts in those two different bankings. So how can we reduce the experience? We go in a private bank, we get a very good experience. You know, a PSU bank branch, I'm talking about branch level. So how we can get this reduce it? Thank you.
Well, when it comes to the customer experience, I think various initiatives are being taken, and the message is always reinforced in terms of improving the customer experience. So this is something which is being done, and of late we had started doing some kind of a net promoter score survey also, and we have seen a definite improvement. But it is always a journey, it's not a destination. But at the same time, some of the experiences which I learned about the private sector banks also, if at all there is a routine transaction, it's fine. But if at all you have got some complex questions, then everything is referred to the call centers. So I think there are pluses and the minuses, both sides. But yes, of course, as a commercial organization, it is always our endeavor to ensure that the customer experience remains one of the major focus area for not only for those who are in branches, but everybody in the organization.
Well, I have to intervene, sir, both in terms of a customer and in terms of a reporter. There are private banks and private banks. There are public sector banks and public sector banks. I think this categorization is not working. And there are people and people. There are sensitive people across the board. I know one private sector banker, when one of my cousins had to open an account, he stays abroad, but for some reason he had to open an account here for transfer of some money. He was told, I won't open your account till you open an insurance with me. That is the law. I mean, what bloody law is that? And now you know how the insurance and the bank assurance guys are after them. So, I mean, I think there are all sorts of good and ambitious and aggressive people in all categories.
We have a raise of hands amongst the young people at the back. So.
Namaste. Namaste, my name is Abhishek. I'm from HDFC Bank. My question is to the esteemed panel. One of the key challenges we face in the banking industry is about acquisition of new to credit customers, especially in the retail segment. So how do you kind of advise on overcoming that? Because across spectrum, whether it's a private or a PSU bank, this always has been a very, very a big pain point. That's for the retail segment, that's also for the agri-lending segment also.
I didn't catch the question.
New to credit customers.
Yeah, I think
it's always a problem catching them.
Yeah, I think the customer is these days getting smarter than what we think. It is a question of all the things that we have done. It's a question of educating the customer. And I'm saying it from my experience looking at digital going back 35 years when we rolled out. That everybody would say that, but the customer won't use digital channels. So, and then, the customer taught us differently. The customer was willing to use. So again, new to credit, we'll have to explain to the customer do's, don'ts, and how to do it. And he's seeing people around. So I think very quickly he will adapt and learn. I see it as our customer is getting to be very savvy.
Please frame quick questions.
Yeah. My father was a banker who retired from a regional rural bank. My wife is also a banker who works for an old generation private sector bank. Now, I have a couple of questions. One is, we believe that bank employees are overworked and underpaid. When is the 5-day working policy going to be implemented for the banking sector? A. And then B, you mentioned about collecting money from the customers at lower rate of interest. But when I am a asset customer, I go to one set of banks. When I am a liability customer, I go to other set of banks. So how are you going to remove this asymmetry of the consumer behavior?
I'll attempt your question quickly. The first thing is, the balance of working hours, pay, and 5-day working week. I think today we are already there, if you ask me. Technology has made it possible to get it right. But if it is not, then it is a particular bank, their approach. And if it's by policy, then policy needs to be, and probably will be considered, because technology today is, everything is available 24/7. So what is the need for a physical branch to be open long hours and things like that? And I'm coming from a point of view where, we used to keep our branches open 8 to 8 because we didn't have the number of branches and we had to serve customers. We ran the branch in 2 shifts. But from there, I am saying, you come to a situation where you probably don't need too many branches. So, the second point is, again, inefficiency of whichever bank that you are talking of. It should not be that you talk to a different set of people to talk about, credit, deposits, and different products that a bank has got. And that, I think, is a challenge banks have to overcome. That is, have a single view of you as the customer and have a single set of people deal with you, rather than you having to deal with multiple things. I think that's happening in some banks, but it will have to happen, otherwise competition will, decide where the customer will go. Customer will decide through competition where he will go.
This was a very interesting session and we have a lot of questions, but there is a crunch of time. And the panelists are here and we can put questions to them as you see them around in the hall. Before I bring the session to a closure, I'd like to announce this session was sponsored by DreamWorks Solutions Private Limited, and I would request a little bit of information of DreamWorks to be played for all of us. While the video is being played, I request Srinivas Chidumalaji to announce the planned networking session. Srinivasji, please come onto the stage.
Namaste everyone. I'm just going to take 5 minutes to discuss about the networking session. Many of you have provided your input in the survey we sent for networking, and based on all the input we received, we have decided how to structure this networking. Of course, you have been doing all the networking from yesterday, day before yesterday, so this is for us to give you idea about where you can go and meet your like-minded people, because among 1,200 people it is difficult to do it. So we have people from all over the world. So what we have done is on the floor number 2nd, these are the rooms we have organized based on the interest and inputs you have provided. And this is our suggestion. Of course, you can go wherever you want to go. Room number 202, technology, digital transformation, business services. So people who want business services, people who provide technical services can go. We have finance, investment, manufacturing, textile, healthcare, pharma, policy regulations. But you can decide where you want to go. On the finance and investment, to give an example, we have asked certain investors who were there yesterday to also be available in case you want to ask any questions, you want to connect with them and know how to raise funds. So I have a Marwadi Catalyst company, and I have Anant Oja, Chintan Oja from Anantam Oja, and I also have Launch Capital, Milinji and Girishji. They are going to be there in case available, and any other investors also want to either provide investment or want to connect, happy to do that. Just a few seconds on how to do it. Of course, primary focus why networking does not work is because people want to talk about themselves. What I suggest is you try to understand other people. That is the best way to network and connect with people. If you're always going to sell it, people don't want to buy it, right? But if you want to buy it, others will explain you much better. You will make a lot better connect, and they will also be ready to connect with you. So that's my first request and advice, that when you connect with people, ask them what they do rather than starting telling what you do. There will be some facilitator, but generally we have seen it is self-organized. You are all very matured people, so should not be any problem. But connect and try to make best out of it. Now, of course, this is what our advice is. In the first 15 minutes, we have 1 hour, and the timing is 5:30 to 6:30. So when you do first 15 minutes, we suggest you meet as many people as possible, okay? And exchange your cards, get to know them, and do, get these details, contact details. In the next 15 minutes, depending on whom you connected, you can spend a little bit more time to understand. And then later, if you think some of them are going to work out a deal, go outside the room or go on a coffee or go on a tea and connect with them. So this would help you, most probably a very good way to connect with each other. I'll be there. I have my colleague here, Shrestha. There will be Lokeshji, I don't know, he's here. But few other people, we will have it in each of those rooms to help you in case you have any challenges. Okay? I just wanted to make it short and sweet for you to do it. Everything is going to be on the 2nd floor. One last thing is 6:30. We must close. Come back here because 7 o'clock we have another important session. Security protocol will be tight, so we may be taking some more time to enter. So please close by 6:30, come back to 3rd floor, and then enjoy the next session. Okay? Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you, Lisa.
May I please request the panelists to come in front of their tables to have a group photo? Thank you for your patience. I thank the panelists again for a very insightful session. There's a short announcement. Please, you have all a booklet like this with you. You have 5 parallel sessions. One of the main One of the sessions would be in the main hall beginning at 4 o'clock. Kindly be here for this session after the tea break. And other 4 sessions are on the second floor. Kindly be on the second floor of a room of your choice, which is conducting the session where the session of your choosing is being hosted. So kindly choose a room and be seated there 15 or 10 minutes prior to the time so we can continue it on the floor. The information of the conference conducted is mentioned outside the hall. You have these boards and you can have a look at the information of which session is being conducted in which hall. And I hope it would be a quick decision to choose where you'd want to be. Just be there 5 minutes in advance and be seated so we can continue on time. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing you again on the 7th session in here in the main hall. Thank you very much.
नमस्ते। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बता दूं कि शाम को 6:30 बजे यूपी के लिए डेडिकेटेड एक सेशन होगा जिसमें उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी होंगे। तो आप कृपया 6:30 बजे तक इस हॉल में अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। साथ ही 2025 का वर्ल्ड हिंदू इकोनॉमिक फोरम ऑस्ट्रेलिया में होगा, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। कल तक जो भी लोग रजिस्टर करेंगे उनको 50% का डिस्काउंट है। बाहर WHEF ऑस्ट्रेलिया का स्टॉल है, आप वहां जाके अधिक जानकारी ले सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
आई हो तो
ऑर्डर में दे देती हूँ।
ये देखो, यही होगा ना जो अपना विकसित भारत यहाँ के, तो यहाँ पे 6%
इसका हम वो मेरे को मालूम है। योगी जी वाला मैं देती हूँ। ले लो अभी आके।
Harsh Madhusudan Gupta. Now, Harsh is not only an investor and an economist, but he manages to squeeze more out of his 24 hours than most do. He is also an author, and he's already published 2 books on macroeconomic theory and derivatives, and the third is actually getting germinated in his head. So in a couple of months, we will see the third publication from Harsh. So I take this occasion, without much ado, of first requesting Neelkanthji to share his presentation and thoughts, especially around how can India catapult from a mid-level economy to a developing economy, and given his 360 understanding of the domain, what are the recommendations for policy that the country should be considering? Neelkanthji, over to you.
Thank you, Rahulji and Sanjayji for inviting me here. It's an honor to be presenting. I'll run you through a few thoughts I have on what reforms are needed for India. The challenge in front of us is immense. We are trying to do something that has actually never been done in history, which is to go from underdeveloped to developed in about 60 years. This journey took most of the currently developed countries about 150 to 200 years. If you are trying to do it in a shorter span of time, you have to grow at 3 to 4 times the speed. As we all know, when we are driving the car at that speed, the risks of accidents go up. There are always new challenges, unexpected challenges. We are also a precocious democracy. There are many challenges that will come in front of us, like growing income and wealth inequality, which is inevitable at this stage of development, and that forces the politicians in very different directions. So the challenges in front of us are multifold and requires a lot of hard work to avoid the pitfalls and drive growth. What you see on the chart here is what the classic middle income trap. So on the x-axis are companies as plotted on the GNI per capita in 1990. On the Y is 2019. You can see that there are several countries which actually have been unable to break out from the middle bar. There are very, very few countries. Korea, Taiwan, Spain are a handful that were middle income in the 1980s and who are now become prosperous. So the path to Viksit Bharat, the path to prosperity is a very challenging one, and I'll run you through some of the major steps that may be necessary to get us there. The current growth path that we have, about 7% growth a year, which most people seem to be quite comfortable with, and it is by a margin among the fastest among the major economies. But I don't think this is sufficient. So as you see on the right, and these are simple extrapolation charts, anyone with an Excel sheet can do it. If you grow at 7% real, maybe 9% in US dollar equivalent nominal terms, you will perhaps be an upper middle income country, but you need to grow faster than that. So we need to aim for 8% plus growth, at least over the next decade, because remember that if we grow at 7, it will be impossible to grow at 7% for 30 years. It is very likely that as we start getting close to the productivity frontier, we'll start slowing down. So we must aim for faster growth right now. Why do the countries get stuck in middle income traps? Because the path that you take to go from low income to middle income, which is mostly about importing technology, is very different from the path that you take from going from middle income to high income. What also happens is that the skills needed in the population are very different. So this is something that even China is now struggling with. So you'll see, there's a book called Invisible China where there's a very deep research on how workers who were very useful in shoe factories and textile factories, as those factories have been automated or as they've been priced out, are now struggling to get employed because they didn't even finish high school. The access to capital, access to financing, the exhaustion of the imitation game, as I said, I think these are all challenges that become very serious, and therefore countries can get stuck. So there are a whole list of areas where I think reforms are still needed. Like in labor reforms, we have simplified them, but some of those rules have not yet been notified. So the 44, 48 laws being compressed into 4 codes, I think the rules have not been notified. I think we need significant reform on our energy markets. The pricing of energy across petrol, diesel, electricity is something which makes us very inefficient. Maybe in the Q&A we can discuss some of those. Given that we are among the few countries that is trying to become developed without owning a lot of dense forms of energy. Most countries today, you will realize, so whether it is Russia or US or UK, they have all relied on dense forms of energy. Others who have done it, like Taiwan and Korea, are too small. We are a subcontinental-sized economy with 1/6 of the world population. Not having access to cheap energy is a big problem for us, and therefore making energy markets efficient is incredibly important. And as I will highlight, some of these factors, like say developing tier 2 and 3 infrastructure, these are all challenges that we need to continue making. There are many changes needed on the administrative side. Let me start with the point at which those changes are needed. This is how the Constitution of India divides the responsibilities between central and state governments. You will realize that at the central level, most of the reforms have either been done or and are pretty much underway. Some of these are slow-burning beasts, basically say the banking sector privatization. This is steadily happening, and efficiency continues to improve. But you will realize that most of the reforms that are needed now are actually at the tier 2 and mostly at the tier 3 level. I will start with some very big picture changes that can happen at the central level. So you see, this is the executive branch structure, 16 departments, and we all know that even here they are very worried that they become too bureaucratic and too slow. So this is an economy which is 7 times our size, $29 trillion. We are close to $4 trillion. This is something that the US government runs with just 16 departments. This is what the Indian national government looks like. So as you can imagine, there is a significant amount of inefficiency that exists currently in the government structure itself. It has evolved over time, but it is still a relic of the controlled mindset of the pre-1990, or maybe I would say even the colonial era, where it's about top-down administration. For example, why should we have a Department of Atomic Energy? We have a Ministry of Power, Ministry of Oil and Gas, Ministry of Coal, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and instead have just one Ministry of Energy and have joint secretaries looking at each of these departments, because the cohesion in these days, even energy storage today happens through hydropower. So the point being that having Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers looking at the battery industry is, when it is actually used mostly for energy, is something that again creates distortions, slows down our decision making, slows down our ability to respond to how the Chinese are really running away with the game. You have one of the reasons why the OTT industry in India is not regulated is that it falls somewhere between the cracks of telecom, INB, and electronics and information technology. The inefficiency of having a system where you had big ports but the rail connectivity never existed, or having big railway hubs with no road connectivity, I think has been addressed by creating a superstructure, the Gati Shakti. But again, that it would be much better to have a Ministry of Transport and have all of these joint secretaries kind of reporting to the same leadership. Same with electric vehicles. We are already 15 years behind China. They have maybe 5-10 times the fiscal power that we have, and electric vehicles are split. The regulation of them are split between Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Electronics, and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. The second is on our prioritization of infrastructure. We have, I think, managed to connect habitations much better. So we are I think, on the national highway side, after Atalji started the Golden Quadrilateral project, our ability to build national highways in the last 20 years has improved materially. I think on the railways infrastructure, we are also starting to see significant improvements in the pace at which we can execute. But we are, I think, not very appreciative of how important housing stock is in the development of the economy. A very large part of housing stock in any economy, large economies like ours, is actually housing stock, and we don't focus as much on developing it. And more importantly, there is the issue that within the city, I think we are terrible at managing infrastructure. And one of the things that I think holds us back is the governance structure itself. So we have over time, helped by the Constitution, devolved powers to the states, and they have, and you can see that the more dynamic chief ministers, the more dynamic administrations are driving a much faster change. Tamil Nadu is coming up as really an alternative for Vietnam in terms of attracting large shoe manufacturers, large electronics manufacturers. And so at the state level, I think changes have started to happen. What we need to see is power devolved to tier 3 governments. Fiscal resources made available to cities are less than 5%. In China, it's the other extreme, more than 50%. The US is somewhere in the middle at 27, 28. I think it is very important to develop those. You can see that without these access to resources, these cities are not even able to tap the bond markets. We also need to leverage the government's own assets much better. So you can see on the left the value of government holdings in publicly listed firms and how dramatically these have risen. Why shouldn't the government use this more strategically and ask itself what is the purpose of holding on to an iron ore company at this stage when the private sector has mostly ramped up, and instead sell that stake and maybe buy some foreign lithium or iron ore mine, or spend a lot of capital to, or give a lot of capital to Hindustan Copper, or maybe privatize Hindustan Copper. So I think these are questions that we still need to keep asking. We have, I think, gone slow on some of these. And lastly, I'll spend some time on the focus on creation of IP. See, we have so far focused on, most of our public discourse continues to rely on administrative interventions. And I think and we like to see, for example, apparel is a big area of a job creation. But there are unseen markets behind it. For example, if you go to a shoe factory, even in India, I was recently visiting some shoe factories north of Chennai. All the equipment is Chinese. You look at airlines is a big industry. The big heavy lifting behind that is the aircraft manufacturers, and within that, the engine manufacturers. So a lot of the value add is in unseen markets, and I think we need to develop those. To do that, we need to create ecosystems. We need to focus on ecosystem creation instead of having large government-owned companies driving investments in specific sectors. And the India stack is a very classic example where the government just gives the framework. The government just develops the framework over a period of time, provides some digital public infrastructure like Aadhaar, which I'm very proud to lead, given all the things that it has achieved, and it's a long way to go. There's a lot of good work to be done there. But providing that and then letting everything else be done by the private sector. So the contours, the rules of engagement are set by the government, but everything else remains in private hands, and that drives a lot of churn. So that, in India or in any other economy, the private sector, it does not have the incentives to think 10, 15, 20 years, whereas the government can. However, the government starts doing these things itself, it does not have the right frameworks to incentivize people to drive those changes. So what the India stack has done is it has one Sutradhar. The iSpirit folks have done a commendable job of holding that thread, that you first build layer 1, then you build layer 2, you build layer 3, and each of these is actually executed by the private sector, and therefore there's a lot of competition and continuous innovation. You will see that in each of these, there are no Indian companies, so we are so far have been providing low-end services. We are even in the electronics ecosystem, which I think we have come a very, very long way in the last 2-3 years. There is a long way to go. We need to build our own products. We need to build our own brands. And we need to start working on this now. We will start reaching the threshold or the levels at which countries get stuck in the middle income trap sometime in the next 15 years. But the frameworks, the rules and regulations that need to evolve, we need to start working on them now. So with that, I will stop and hand it over back to Rahulji.
Neelkanthji, thank you very much. When he spoke, I think the name is like a mantra. When your name itself represents Shiva, that intellectual prowess comes through. But beyond the name, listening to him, I was thinking that if Shri Elon Musk was listening to him, he would be very happy, saying, I have somebody who can critique my roadmap for the Department of Government Efficiency. So, they may put in a request to Access to say, can you lend him for some time to the US so that he can critique what we are trying to do? So my big learning was, so he hit upon the right notes, saying that, hey, we have to break out of this trajectory of 7%. So if we have to aim for 8% plus, first is how do we deliver efficiency within the government? Second is, how do we actually take governance with the financing power down to the cities? As an example of China, which is at 50%. And third is two key imperatives. How do we look at our energy efficiency? And how do we build our urban infrastructure stock, especially housing? So thank you, Neelkanthji. Great inputs. And listening to him for 15 minutes is like, reading a book for 6 hours. So that's been my value add. Thank you very much. And next, I'm going to request somebody, as I said, names have an impact on the personality. His name is Harsh, so you will see him smiling, because he's always in Anand and Harsh. So now that Neelkanthji has said what should be our ecosystem expectations, I'm going to request Harshji to say what should we be thinking at the level of the central bank at RBI, and also his thoughts that how do we really use the rupee to transform our economy. So let's welcome Harshji.
Thank you so much, Rahulji. Thank you to World Hindu Economic Forum for having me here. And as always, it's a complete honor and privilege to be on the same platform as my friend Neelkanth. I learned so much from him. Really, thank you so much, Neelkanth. Neelkanth, I think, gave a good roadmap of what needs to be done. I'm going to try to talk about India's how to make Bharat more secure for the future from a macro point of view. And to begin that, we need to go to the past. So this map is a map of all the Roman coins found outside of Europe. This map is developed, curated by Oxford University. And as you'll see, many, many Roman coins were found in the coastal areas of India, not just in the southern and western parts, but even in the eastern parts. This is around from 1500 to 2000 years ago. So in the south, the Cholas, Cheras, Pandyas, in the north to the early Gupta Empire, west, so on and so forth. You find all the Roman emperors, the Roman gods and goddesses on the coins, all on these coins. Interestingly, as far as I know, there are no, or let me put it, there are hardly any Indian coins found in ancient Rome or in archaeological finds of Rome today, or Italy or Europe more broadly. And once you ask this question, I think the first response most people have is, obviously India was much more productive. India was exporting much more, and therefore we were sending them goods like say spices or textiles or what have you, and we were getting these gold and silver in return. And since we were more productive, we got the coins. Why would they have our coins? Because they were sending us money. And that is generally seen as something positive, and it is obviously positive in a sort of way. But I want us to think slightly counterintuitively. We were making something and sending it to Rome, or Roman Empire more broadly, and we were getting something which they either exploited or they dug out of the ground. Gold in large quantities was not really found in India till much later. In fact, those of you who have seen the movie KGF, comes from the Kolar mines. The Kolar mines started being mined around 2nd century, but really properly in the 9th century, and in large quantities only under the British. Now, why is gold or silver as a coin important? Like, what was before metallic money was used? The problem was you had to either barter, or you had to use other forms of currency which were not very dependable or long-term stable, etc. So that, if you have to basically barter, we can understand, right? If I'm making t-shirts and you're making jeans, but what I really want a doctor, then I have to go and find a doctor. What money makes so efficient is I can sell something to somebody who does not have to sell his item to me. We all exchange it for a medium, a currency, which I can then use to go to a doctor. So do you understand why barter is less efficient and money is much more efficient? So till basically, I mean, in 1100s, the Chinese first developed the first paper money of the world, the Song dynasty. It lasted for 100, 200 years, but then hyperinflation happened. Basically, for most of ancient and medieval times, gold and silver was currency. And especially gold, India did not have much of. And therefore, we had to produce more to get what we actually wanted. So gold was a very real good. Whether we count it as a good or service or not, it was a very real good that we wanted. The reason that is important is, in today's world, within India, we all have the paper rupee backed by the sovereign, by the RBI, by the government of India. Right? If you open a note, it says the bearer has a promise that they will get so and so. So today, within the country, we create what is known as a fiat currency to be able to trade with each other. And therefore, we don't need to send any real goods to other people outside just to trade with each other. However, if we are to trade with outside of the world, we do need something which we can't create, most practically the US dollar. We need the US dollar if you want to buy oil, if you want to trade in other people's currency, even if it's a non-American economy, you want to trade with South Africa, we still are going to effectively trade in US dollars. So for international trade, the dollar is the new gold. And in some ways, it shows that Rome was perhaps equally important as India, despite being less productive in that age, because it had something of equal value, namely money. So money is something which is very counterintuitive, but it's important to understand. So this, of course, the reason why a lot of people are initially happy to know that a lot of Roman coins is they think India was more productive. That is true. But gold and silver was key to monetized economies. Does anybody know why Argentina got the name it got? Argentina, obviously the word comes from silver, right? Argentum. Argentina was discovered or colonized, or all of Americas basically, but especially the South Americas, by the Europeans. And in the 16th century, we saw a price revolution in Europe. Prices went up around 4 or 5 times in 100 years in all over Europe. So a European person was already 4 times richer by the 1600 if you went by silver wages compared to an average Indian. But if you compared by rice or wheat wages, they were at the same level. This is the first case of what today economists call purchasing power parity. Their currency, so to speak, was much more valuable, even though actual consumption, the only thing about money is you don't consume money. Money is very important, but you don't eat silver or gold. So in actual consumption terms, the divergence between Europe and India came much later, 19th century. But in terms of metallic money, the divergence had already happened by the 16th century. This same divergence is what we see today, let's say, between India and the US. So the Indian GDP is around $4 trillion, slightly less. The US is $29 trillion. But in PPP terms, the Indian economy is close to $15 trillion. That's about half of the US. Now, there are many problems with how it is calculated, how it is relevant. But if anybody who goes to New York and see, you are not going to get vada pav for 20, 30 rupees, or whatever the equivalent is. You'll have to probably pay $10, $20 to get a good vada pav in some exotic restaurant in New York. So the cost of living matters. Why that is relevant is today's gold is the US dollar. The question in front of us is, can the rupee be tomorrow's dollar? Can the rupee be a hard currency by itself so that we do not have to produce goods and services beyond a point just to sell to foreigners, create forex reserves, which is very important for the interim period for our macroeconomic stability. But can we envision a time in, say, 10, 12, 15 years where the rupee can be a hard currency and therefore we can see some real appreciation in the Indian currencies unit? So just to give some historical context, by 1950s, we had become independent after 1,000 years of on and off foreign rule. By 1970s, Bharat had become sovereign or self-autonomous in food after the Green Revolution. By 1990s, we had a relatively credible nuclear deterrent. By 2010s, we had done some reforms for the first time, which was not under duress, unlike 1991. We had reached Moon and Mars, and we had relatively deep equity markets, which we are now seeing even more in the 2020s. So we had become Atmanirbhar in at least public equity market risk capital. By 2030s, there are 3 areas where we need to be Atmanirbhar. One is currency, which I'm spending some time on in this session. One is defense capex, defense indigenization. We need to make more of our own weapons. And finally, one point that Neelkanth touched upon is on energy. If we don't have very dense hydrocarbon kind of energy, that's not going to suddenly come below our ground. We would have discovered it by now. But at least in terms of renewable energy, solar, wind, nuclear storage, including pumped storage, we need to be so that, because that is, just to give you one point quickly on that note, all of India consumes as much oil as just the Permian Basin in Texas produces. So if we had the Permian Basin, hypothetically, you could imagine that we would not import any oil, which is like $100 billion plus, and imagine what that does to the current account, what that does to the currency, etc. Of course, developing the Permian Basin also required human capital. Basically all those techniques also had an element of innovation in it. But not having natural reserves is a real impediment. In the long run, it can be a real benefit because we will grow the hard way. So hard currency. See, there's a, I don't know how funny it is, but I find it funny. If you owe the bank $1 million, it is your problem. But if you owe the bank $1 billion, it is the bank's problem. See, similarly, the larger your bond market, the larger your sovereign paper is, and so long as you have broadly stable macroeconomics, the more liquid your bond market is, the more attractive it is as an asset class for foreigners. So it's a bit counterintuitive. You need to actually have more debt for that debt to be attractive to foreigners. Of course, the massive caveat is you should not be issuing that debt for consumption reasons. You should ideally be using that debt to build your infrastructure, to build your human capital. So whenever we discuss in terms of debt or fiscal deficit, etc., I don't think we discuss it properly enough. I mean, one, we do cash accounting, not accrual accounting, that's fine. But we don't necessarily break it down how much of it is capex, how much of it is revenue expenditure. We discuss it at an economist level, but I don't think that goes down the political stream in discussion terms. Because if you take a loan to do an MBA at a good place and your salary goes up, that debt is good. If you take a loan to buy a Mercedes and nothing changes about your life in terms of your productive power, that debt is not so good. So debt is depending on how you use it. And if debt is used well, more debt for a large economy is extremely beneficial. See, one area of nuance which I'll maybe add to Neelkanth's presentation, the middle economy trap came out many times. I feel one nuance of the mid-income trap is actually it's a middle scale trap. The thing is, very few large populations exist in the world. The largest are India and China. China is right now, you can say, optically kind of hitting a middle income trap, but we'll really only know after 5-10 years. It's too soon to say. Some of the smaller countries which broke through were those who were US allies. They could export to the US market. It's the world's largest market. As of now, it is at least not to me very clear that for India, whether a middle income trap is in and of itself a necessary thing. In the sense that scale has its own momentum. Of course, that should not make us complacent in any way whatsoever. But that scale is also relevant to the financial market and the currency market. So the world's largest bond markets are now with US, Europe, China, and Japan. Japan is a treaty ally of the US. It does not have its nuclear weapons. So ultimately, Japanese currency can only be so much powerful compared to the dollar. The Europeans, even if they become slightly more united, but they are not right now, until they become more united and France shares its nuclear weapons and Germany shares its financial prowess, they cannot be a real competitor. And China, for its own industrial policy reasons, etc., cannot open its capital account. It cannot make the renminbi fully convertible. It is completely directly in geopolitical competition with the US. And for those reasons, Japan, Europe, or China is unable to provide a realistic alternative to the US dollar. BRICS will not be a realistic alternative, although, I mean, people can talk from Trump to India to Xi Jinping. But India in the 2030s, maybe second half of 2030s, can be a realistic alternative as a democracy with a relatively balanced economy, centralized polity, stable polity. It could actually replace or at least supplant or supplement to some extent. And there's a lot of empirical research that shows that there can be 2 or 3 reserve currencies simultaneously. This is interesting because, of course, long term we can discuss about what can happen, what will not happen. This is a chart of the dollar in real terms over the last 50 years. This is against a basket of currencies. So the dollar has, after, the dollar used to be pegged to the gold till 1970-71. It is called the Bretton Woods standard. Richard Nixon removed it. He said, now if you have dollars, it's only on the faith and credit of the US federal government. We don't have any gold backing anymore. And after that, the dollar has gone through 3 full cycles. One full cycle is a down move and then an up move. Right now, we are close to the 3rd full cycle completing. So basically, I mean, I was early on it a couple of years ago, but we should see the dollar moving down. And maybe this year, maybe 2026, but it is long overdue, as you can see in the chart. And that will allow a lot of the currencies, including Indian and Chinese currencies, to get inflows, to become harder. And by the time the next cycle starts, the Indian currency will be the economy will be much larger for it to break free from the dollar cycle to some extent. Finally, not to get too technical here, but of course, building forex reserves for the moment is extremely important. RBI should do that. We need to gradually open our capital account. So right now, the good thing that happened in the last 1 year was we've entered a lot of bond indices. Just like equity money was coming in, now bond money is coming in. That is a good first step. The RBI, unfortunately, has become, jo Hindi mein bolte hain, lakeer ka fakir in the Monetary Policy Committee. It had a 4% target. It only focused the headline. It did not look at core. It did not look at WPI. It did not look at the deflator. So one of the reforms that RBI MPC needs to happen is it needs to have a dual mandate like the Fed. It needs to focus on growth also. And finally, I would just conclude by saying, that as our economy becomes larger, as we go from 3, 5 to 10 beyond $1 trillion, we should be able to use the rupee as a strategic asset. And the increase in pace of the of the Indian economy will be a bit faster than our growth, because as we become a harder currency, we have something called as real appreciation. The currency becomes stronger over and beyond the inflation difference with other countries. So there is a good chance that we can make it provided we use debt and deficit strategically to invest in infrastructure, create a larger bond market, which is then more liquid and accessible, and then strategically arm and use the rupee, just like other great powers have done. So that's how I think Bharat should think about the rupee going forward. Of course, we can discuss more in the question and answer. Thank you so much.
Harshji, thank you very much. He's given us a key thought to think about as we plan our economy. To say that if rupee is not really the fulcrum of the productivity in India, on an average, if the rupee depreciates 2.5–3% every year, effectively, then we are subsidizing the other currency, which is the fulcrum. So how do we strengthen the rupee? And an interesting thought to say that over the next 1 or 2 decades, instead of the world having one reserve currency, is there room for 2 or 3 reserve currencies to come in? And another interesting thought, and we didn't get to flesh that too much, but it's very interesting to say how to use debt to deliver infrastructure. And instead of being afraid of debt, how can we look at debt as building a gross asset block? Thank you, Harshji, much appreciate. Now I'll quickly take some time to share some thoughts. So Neelkantji is given an overview of what's happening in the country and how do we need to get out of this orbit of a mid-income. Harshji has said, how do we look at strengthening the rupee and positioning it as an alternate reserve currency? And I'm going to take some time to share a couple of thoughts. First is, where do we stand today? Second is, what are the learnings available to us from history? What can we learn from others so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel? And third is, 4 critical items that we should focus on as we plan a resurgent India. So where do we stand today? In 1990, India, Bharat, and China, our per capita GDP was similar. So Bharat was $368, China was $319. And today, China is 5.5 times of India. So within 3+ decades. So what is it that we can learn from China, and what is it that we can learn from US, the 2 dominant economies today? The 28 trillion US economy and the 18 trillion Chinese economy. And interestingly, there are 3 things which are common to both. And we could consider how do we adopt as we look at Viksit Bharat or India. The first is, and I have to say hats off, and I have to salute the Americans, and I have to salute the Chinese. Because whatever we may be thinking of those countries from the outside, when it comes to nation building, these countries are really patriotic. Both US and China have created a map for infrastructure growth and promoting the economies, which at least over 3 decades they have stuck to. So if we see, and this 3 decades is very interesting because this is going to come to India also. US has had 3 decades after World War II, especially 1955 to 85, starting with General Dwight Eisenhower and continuing till 1989-90 with President Reagan. So first was, and interestingly I say they are patriotic because both the Republicans and the Democrats, whatever we may think of them from the outside, stuck to the national agenda. So Dwight Eisenhower started the interstate policy, interstate highway construction policy. 65,000 kilometers of interstate highways. That led to the development of the office stock, the warehousing stock, the hotel stock, and the residential stock. And along with that, they said, hey, we need to focus on our demographics. And US said, great, if we don't have it in-house, let's get it from outside. So US started importing talent, and it started focusing on building infrastructure. So the US of today, the ports, railroads, office, hotels, is effectively those 3 decades. And interestingly, over the last 2 decades, US hasn't built even one single airport. And what happened with this public capex was that it started attracting private capex. So public capex typically takes about a decade plus of investment, and then private capex comes in. So the critical item of policy is that are we looking at nation building as building a strong balance sheet, or are we pandering to politics and vote banks? And are we trying to do a short-term P&L adjustment? So US and China have demonstrated that you build a great country by building a great balance sheet for the country. And the third thing, which is common to both US and China, and which stands in favor of India, is unleashing their demographic dividend. The generation that we call the baby boomers today propelled US. Similarly, the youth of China propelled the Chinese economy. And today, we have our demographic dividend, which could also be a double-edged sword. Because we need to be generating, our run rate is we need to be generating 1 million jobs a month for the next 25 years. If we do that well, Bharat will be the workforce provider to the world. If we don't do that well, it will lead to social disharmony. So these are our learnings from US and China. So what is it? There are 4 items I wanted to draw our attention to that we should be focusing on. First is achieving energy independence. Our run rate of energy import, our energy import bill of coal and crude is $170 billion today, and it is set to rise. Our installed energy capacity, power capacity in India today is 400 gigawatt. China, it is 2,500 gigawatts today. And imagine 30 years ago, China and India were at the same place. So what do we need to do? Because if we are not energy independent, we will be dependent on somebody, whether it is for civilian use or military use. And I remember in school we had Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. And Dinkar said, Shama shobhati us bhujang ko, jiske paas garal ho. Garal is wish, poison or power. Bhujang is the hooded snake. Shama shobhati us bhujang ko, jiske paas garal ho. Usko kya? Jo danthin, vineet, saral ho. So energy is really power. If we don't have energy independence, we will have energy dependence. And the biggest advantage to India is we have the largest storehouse of thorium. 25% of thorium supply sits in India, while we have not even 2% of uranium. And interestingly, in 1950, Dr. Homi Bhabha had already proposed a 3-step plan to unleash thorium, which, because of various political considerations and the fact it needs long-term balance sheet investment, the country didn't do. So it is high time that we focus on thorium, not only for our own economy, but India can then become also the thorium fuel and reactor export to the rest of the world to make ourselves free from fossil fuel. And thorium or nuclear energy per se has zero impact on the environment. And technically, the other advantage of thorium is that, its footprint is much lesser than uranium. The second is solar energy. We have massive rooftops, we have factories, we have office buildings, but in India, we do not allow net metering, meaning that people can create their own capacity, use it for their consumption and feed it to the grid. Because we feel discoms will lose revenue, and because different sections of society are given different subsidy incentives. So it's a matter of policy. So changing policy will actually unlock the rooftops of modern India to be generating energy. And it's a solution that doesn't require any capex. And today, unfortunately, states have, it's a disincentive, because even in this state in Maharashtra, the cap is only 1 megawatt, so nobody can do it at scale. So if we allow net metering of solar energy, it will reduce our dependence. And when I was speaking of dependence, one reason the Russians and the Ukrainians are still fighting, and beyond everything else, people don't realize that 30% of Russia's energy and Ukraine's energy is nuclear. Imagine if it was not nuclear, they would not be able to fight. In Japan, 30% of energy before Fukushima was nuclear, and now they are going back. The reason the French appear to be so not bothered about energy prices, because 50% of French energy is nuclear. So we have to go nuclear, we have to harness solar. And third is, we have to bring our fuel under GST. If we don't do it, it leads to evasion and it's very inefficient. And we have to consider allowing ITC on fuel for investment into green energy. So corporations will be very happy to see a direct benefit. And that's how private capex in green will kick off. The other is logistics. China's cost of logistics to their GDP is 8%, India is 14%. A 6% differential on a 3.84 trillion economy effectively means we have an opportunity to save $200 billion a year. And the two big areas are agri and urban logistics. In India, we waste more food grain every year than Australia produces in 1 year. In India, post-harvest, we waste more fruit and vegetable than UK produces in 1 year. Why? Because we don't have warehousing. Because we don't have cold storage. We store our grain in open trucks. Our total warehousing stock in the country is 350 million square feet. In China, it is 1.2 billion square feet. In US, it is 13 billion square feet. So this is the impact on the economy. And the government here has to come in with land on PPP, and the private sector will put in capex and technology. Otherwise, we will forever continue paying the burden for this. The second is urban logistics. 70% of our GDP is produced by 3% of the land mass of the country, which is urban areas. And this urban macro is accelerating in India. Over the last decade, 85 million people, it's like the population of Germany. 85 million Indians have moved into our cities. 34% of India is urban. In the next 10 years, in the next 25 years, 50% of India is going to be urban. We have to have urban logistics as part of a real estate for urban areas. If we don't do it, A, our supply chain costs go up, B, the traffic on the roads becomes a killer, and C, it will have a big impact on pollution. Third, and hugely important, is driving, accelerating women in the workforce. As you can see, we have only 24% women in our workforce. China has 61%. So the formula for doubling India's GDP is actually quite simple. Double women in the workforce and double India's GDP. That's it. It's so simple. So what do we need to do? Two small recommendations. First, why are women not in the workforce? Because they are seen as, tertiary earners, and what's the advantage? And, you won't skill girls. Is that the Prime Minister, the government of India has a CSR fund. We don't even need to make an allocation outside. We should be using that fund to fund and incentivize women's participation in vocational training. So women going for ITIs should be given a stipend of 10,000 rupees a month. And that is going to be brilliant jobs creation, and that's going to be incentivizing women to come in the workforce. And there are 3 priority areas where women could be in the workforce in the geography and using the capabilities set through vocational training. The first is semiconductors, second is biopharma, and third is tourism and hospitality. And all these areas have a huge advantage, that their contribution to jobs creation is a multiple of their contribution to GDP. Last but not the least, if we want to make a resurgent, economically strong Bharat, our GDP or capital formation will actually happen riding on the shoulders of an intellectually strong Bharat, an innovative Bharat. Today, our run rate is 75,000 patents a year. China's run rate is 1.6 million patents a year. So if China is today innovating 21 times faster than India, obviously it will be ahead of India. So what do we need to do? 3 small suggestions. First, research has to get embedded in our educational curriculum in schools and colleges, and we need to provide low-risk incubator grants, both in schools and colleges. So imagine 1 lakh rupee a school a year. Imagine 10 lakhs rupee a college a year to do research. Because this, sometimes we take pride to say we are a jugaad economy. A jugaad economy should not be worn as a symbol of innovation. It's a symbol of scarcity. It's a symbol of poverty. We have to be an innovation economy, not a jugaad economy. And this item is so important that the government of India and the parliament has to actually institute a standing committee on innovation, which should be chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, with a roadmap for driving innovation and monitoring progress. Those were our thoughts. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. We have, okay. So we have time to take 3 questions. So, gentlemen in the front row.
Sir, I yesterday also saw this 24% women in India's GDP contribution. So actually I disagree with that, because in India, if we consider as a proper part of work, I think 90 to 100% women are part of work, because we don't consider that work as part of GDP, we are excluding that. Because if my mom is cooking food, we are not paying her. She is taking care of father, children and everything. We are not considering that as a part of GDP. So we are saying that only 24% women are working for GDP. So we should consider also the housewife or homemakers also as work for GDP contribution. Because we are ignoring that fact. So we are saying that only 24% are there. And second thing, just the research curriculum, sir, this research portion which you mentioned, that educational program should have research workforce. So just I want to raise one point. So there are premier institutions, there are colleges, but even in those premier institutions, there are no professional research. Means I'm not saying that 0% professional research, but the professionality of research, which we expect to level of US or Europe or UK, we are not up to that mark. So there should be some standardized of the procedure or professionality in research also. Their ethics is not being followed up to the mark which Westerns follow. So I want your comments on these 2 points. Thank you.
I actually agree with you 100%. And I think women, going by your definition, it's not 100%, it's 200%. Because women are not only supporting households, they are supporting those who are adding value to the formal economy. So this metric is to say what's women's contribution in doing a value add to the formal economy. Beyond, just supporting people who are adding value there. And research, I agree. But we can take two stances. One is to say we lament what is not right. The other is to say we recognize this is not right and what do we need to do going forward. In 1990, China's per capita was behind. And I have to salute, whatever we may think of the other country. Xi Deng Xiaoping, Hu Jintao, Xi Jinping, look at what they have done. While at some level we may think of countries as geopolitical adversaries, that's okay. But if we can learn from the other, why not? Sri Ram, after he had won the war, asked Lakshman to go and sit at the feet of Ravan and take lessons. I think if we need to propel India further, whether it is China or the United States, instead of lamenting and instead of downplaying anybody, we have to say, what have they done? Because they have done it in this world, it's these decades, let's learn from them. Let's not reinvent the wheel. It's been tried and tested in the biggest economies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my question is, you talked about thorium-based reactors. So what are the constraints? Though we have so much of thorium in your South Indian beaches, why we are importing uranium-based reactors? Why not these thorium-based fast breed reactors? My second comment is, sir, you said that 50% of India will be urban. So don't we foresee a food shortage? If 50% of India will be urban, how do we produce that much of food for this urban population? And last point, sir, if you don't mind. You said about job creation of women. So where are the jobs? From where will we create jobs for these women?
Thank you. Brilliant points. So first on thorium, what's the issue? So let me try and think of a very simplistic model. So let's say we have lots of milk. Let's say we need to make curd. But I have lots of milk. How do I make curd? I need some curd to start off to be able to make milk. So thorium by itself does not gain the same fissile content to start emitting neutrons. So thorium actually needs uranium-235 and then plutonium-235 to activate it. Now, uranium we don't have. We are actually dependent on Russia, France and all of that. So the first constraint is that we don't have enough. And second is, after the comprehensive test ban treaty and also after India's nuclear test, because we didn't have a very strong muscle, all of these controls were clamped down on India. And third is that I think the government has to listen to what our technical establishment is saying. As I told you, in 1950, actually in 1954, Dr. Homi Bhabha had already prepared for India a 3-step map to leverage leverage nuclear energy. But for various reasons, it didn't get taken off. So the only reactor which is going to now go live, which is Kalpakkam, it's taken 20 years for it to go, and now we are going to be testing it. I think it's a question of will and also a question of commitment. And the reason I say balance sheet, because at the stage we are today, it's a journey of at least 2 or 3 decades. But if we really focus on it, it could get done in 1 decade. Look at how America put a man on the moon. So I think we should have an aggressive target to say within the next decade, how do we leverage that? Second question was on food. Where will we get it? Actually, the answer is very simple. We are wasting so much food. As I said, in India, we think Australia is a big grains producer. In India, post-harvest, every year we waste more grain than Australia produces. We waste more fruits and vegetables than UK produces. In US, 65% of their food is value added. It's considered a commodity, long shelf life, packaging, additives. In India, it's only 2%. So while on one hand we have farmer protests saying low pricing, and we have to artificially support it with minimum support price, imagine if we have the right infrastructure, the right partnerships, the right technology, the right warehousing, the right cold chain. The answer is there on that side. The second answer is what do we need to do to grow our productivity? So I'm not so bothered. If we just do that right, we have plenty of food not only for ourselves, for others also. Look at actually what's happened. Post the Ukraine war, because Ukraine was a major provider of grain to the world, India stepped into that role. And quickly on to women employment, where are the jobs? The jobs, as I said, if we look at semiconductor, which is ramping up, there is biopharma, and there is hospitality and tourism. It's a massive opportunity. Just on the tourism side, for example, it's about 6.8% of GDP today. It gives 8.3% to employment. The global tourism average is 10%. And countries like Greece and Spain, they are 30% of the workforce is tourism. It's a massive opportunity. We have only 200,000 recognized hotel rooms in the country. The United States has 5 million rooms. So the opportunity scale is huge. We are through? Okay.
Last question.
Okay, last question to the lady, please.
Okay. So my question would be to Mr. Nilkant Mishra. Okay. So we have very powerful and visionary leadership at the center and excellent advisors like you. But still, why are we stuck at a very low growth rate in GDP? And recently, we had a very resounding, win in Maharashtra and in Haryana. So I need to understand what's the hindrances in this growth rate. And with this win, how can and when can we see that growth accelerate? So that would be my question.
Yeah, no, that's a very important and an excellent question to maybe end the session. See, the trend growth of 1/6 of humanity, I think it is impossible for one person or a group of persons to change very quickly. These are things that take, it's like turning an aircraft carrier. Over the last 10 years, several structural shifts have happened. I would say the bureaucracy has been the hardest to navigate, but even within the bureaucracy now, you see some, through the process of filtration, most of the senior officials today believe in the power of markets. You are starting to see the government, the senior people in the government being comfortable with private sector people taking important positions. One process of change is, by definition, disruptive, meaning that you break something apart and then you build it afresh. And another is to, and especially in a large system, I think having a gradual pace of change is sometimes better. By no means, and remember that in the last 10 years, we've lost about, I would say, 2.5, 3 years in coping with the pandemic and then recovering from it. It has also left us at a government level with very high levels of debt. The debt to GDP is very elevated. That constrains the government's capabilities. But I think 7% trend growth can become 8% if some of the deeper changes start to happen at the state level. And therefore, I think the second part of your question is far more important. So if Maharashtra really starts to do what TN and Telangana and Karnataka and Andhra are already starting to do, I think then the overall Indian growth rate can actually accelerate. As UP's transformation in terms of the ease of doing business, the improvement in law and order, the improvement in hard infrastructure, now starts to attract investment. See, what you need to do in the first level is set the soil or make the soil fertile. Improving law and order is one of them. That by itself does not drive GDP, because just because you improved it doesn't mean that people are producing more. That's a necessary condition. And I think there are several such necessary conditions that have been set in place at the state level, also at the national level. See, India was seen as a part of the Fragile Five in 2013. When private investors, foreign investors, Indian corporates cannot have certainty of growth, inflation, currency levels, interest rates for more than 1 or 2 years, how are they going to invest? It is only when you are able to give some visibility that, look, our objective is stability, and for that you need fiscal discipline. We are going to have an inflation targeting regime. Once you start to provide those very hard to do but very important necessary conditions, that's when investment really starts to take off. So I see that a lot of good work has been done. Now I think a lot of more work needs to be done at the state level to convert these very important macroeconomic stability conditions into actually hard investments on the ground, because that's where many of the companies that come from outside actually fail. That they come in excited that there is so much change happening, and then they see the local bureaucracy, they see the state governments unresponsive, not having the capacity to absorb a lot of investment, and that's where things start to fail. So I see there is enough reason for us to think about a 7% growth. For 8% plus, the changes that we have seen in Delhi or in some of the state capitals need to percolate a lot deeper. Without that, I don't think we can really accelerate.
Thank you very much. I have enjoyed listening to the panelists and partaking their thoughts and some very relevant questions. We are tight on time, otherwise we would have continued our dialogue. Much appreciate your time and attention. Thank you once again.
मैं बताऊं इसको छोड़ दो PPT. Hello. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. The session now is over. The next session is planned networking, which is on the second floor. I request all of you to take your bag, go out. There will be a security sweep here before we start at 6:30. So please take 10 minutes break for tea, then go to the second floor for networking, and then come back here at 6:30 so you can come on time, okay? But because of the security sweep, everybody must leave. Paper you can leave, but please take your bags along with you. We want 100% this hall to be empty. I really appreciate your cooperation. Thank you. So take a 10-minute tea break, go to the second floor for all networking sessions, and then come back at 6:30. There will be security check, so it will take some time to get into the hall. Thank you, everyone. Okay, good. and take your bags. Please do not leave it on the table. I request again, please take your bags. We don't want it to be misplaced or removed by security team. Thank you. ठीक है? और क्या? हाँ। 6:30 नीचे जाना है, 5:30. We have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes to go down. 5:30 बजे हमें नीचे पहुंचना है ना, साथ में. Yes, so I said go. हाँ, यहाँ पे. For the people on the side of the dais and the honorable speakers, please can you continue your discussion outside? Thank you.
टॉवेल ये सब लाए हो? अजहर, अजहर